Out of an abundance of caution due to the increased Omicron COVID-19 variant, the City Council meeting will be held virtually soon. You may view the meeting live stream on the city's website at the internet www.carsonca.gov or on YouTube www.youtube.carson/c/City of Carson, California, the official YouTube page. Or you can view it on cable Spectrum 35 and AT&T Channel 99. Public comments can be made by calling in to make a live comment over the phone. Call 1-669-900-6833. Meeting ID 310-233-4888 on the date of the meeting during the portion of the general entitled Oral Communications. Email public comments can be emailed to cityclerk@carsonca.gov. The cutoff time to receive any email communication is 3 p.m. on the day of the meeting. Written communication can be placed in the metal drop box located in front of City Hall. The cutoff time to receive any written correspondences is 3 p.m. on the day of the meeting. Madam City Clerk, roll call.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Rojas?
Present.
Councilmember Hicks?
Present.
Councilmember Deere?
Present. Present.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Hilton?
Present.
And Madam Mayor Davis Holmes?
Present. Could we have a flag salute by our Councilwoman, please?
Yes. Okay, everyone. Right hand over your heart. Salute the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And our invocation tonight will be by our Pastor Canales from Mission Ebenezer Family Church. Pastor, are you here?
I don't see the pastor on, Madam.
You don't?
He might have got caught up. He said that he would be here, and I don't see him.
Okay, well, we have our own bishop.
All right, let's bow our heads. My computer screen is messed up a little bit. I'll be on in just a second. Father, thank you for this opportunity to serve your people. Father, we pray that as we do the city's business tonight, that you would bless us and strengthen our city as a whole. In Jesus' name, amen.
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 Amen. Closed session items 2 through 5. Madam City Clerk, were there any comments, public comments on closed session items 2 through 5?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we did receive one for item 4.
Okay.
Yes, one written. Would you like me to read it?
Yes, please.
Okay. This is from Sherry Hodges, and it is regarding item number 4 on tonight's agenda.
Is that closed session? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So you want me to read it now or read it?
Yes. No.
Okay. Were notice sent to all, oh, this is a question, sorry. Were notices sent to all residents of Carson, especially those to the south and southeast of Vista del Loma. These brick and mortar residents will be impacted as much as us regarding noise issues through the preparation of real-time construction and daily deliveries to and on site, as well as health and wellness surrounding areas around the project. Minimal availability to streets and freeways, on and off ramps, congestion on a minimum of 405, 110, 91, and 705, plus employee vehicles excluding unbearable emissions from all trucks not within 6 warehouses. It takes 5 minutes and many times longer to get onto the 110 freeway with only one truck turning lane left or right, creating a massive backup on Figueroa and Delama Boulevard. Am I correct that the Reclamation Authority in Carson City, of which one has paid property taxes, who will reimburse the others, then tax Carson residents for the property outlet mall oral payments, which have been received by Carson City Council payments of $8 and $4 million is what I think they meant, by Carson Goose, which should be used for studies relating to the 157 acres police protection Carson residents due to an increase of traffic endangering of the constituents. Please respond verbally or in writing to me and to the residents of Carson. Sherry Hodges, Vista Del Loma Mobile Park Estates.
Was that it?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Madam City Attorney, could you announce the closed session items, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A closed session will be held pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 or D3 and E1 because there's a significant exposure to litigation in 6 cases. A closed session will be held pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6 to enable Mr. David Roberts as the agency's designated representative with respect to following employee organizations, AIMS, CPSA, affiliated with SEIU Local 721, AFSCME 1017, AFSCME Local 809, and unrepresented employees. A closed session will be held.
Just a second. Mr. City Manager, did we continue item number 3?
We're gonna pull item number 3, actually, Madam Mayor, if that's okay with you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hear no opposition to the city manager's request.
Number 3 will not be held.
It will not.
Item number 4 is a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1 to confer with legal counsel in the pending litigation of Cam Carson LLC versus Carson Reclamation Authority, City of Carson, and Cam Carson versus City of Carson successor agency, appellate case number B312729. A closed session will be also held pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 to enable the city to consider negotiations with John Sullivan, American Tower Corporation, with whom the city is negotiating, and to give direction to its negotiator, David Roberts, regarding that certain real property known as 19101 South Wilmington Avenue, APN number 7320-005-902. The city's real property negotiator will seek direction from the city council regarding the terms of payment for the property. That concludes my report.
You. We're going to recess into closed session. We should be back no later than what, 6:30, Madam City Attorney? 6.
6:30.
On the safe side.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're live.
Well, we're back, everyone in Carson. Madam City Attorney, report out on closed session items, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council met in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D, 2 or D3 and E1 because there's a significant exposure to litigation in 6 cases. The council discussed 4 out of the 6 matters. No reportable action was taken. The council met, item number 3 was pulled and it's not going to be considered. The council met in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 in the pending litigation of Cam Carson LLC versus Carson Reclamation Authority and City of Carson, and Cam Carson versus City of Carson, appellate matter B312729. A settlement was authorized by the council. A copy of the settlement agreement and releases will be available for the public for inspection once they are finalized in a form to be approved by the city attorney's office. However, item number 23 and the special council meeting are related to that settlement, and there will be a fuller discussion about the details of that publicly as well. And that concludes my report. Item number 5 will be taken up at a later time as well.
All right. Thank you, Madam City Attorney. The next item is a report from Captain Jones of the Carson Sheriff Station.
Good evening, everyone.
Hi.
Hello,
Good
Madam
evening.
Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and City Chamber. City. My report is pretty brief today, except for I do want to introduce our new service area lieutenant. A couple things that we've done over the last 2 weeks. Our team went out and had a coffee with Carson with one of our local mobile home parks. So it was good. A lot of our elder residents there were very appreciative of the team coming out and just sitting down talking with them, as well as they gained a lot from the safety tips that were shared with them. As you guys know, not this past Saturday, but Saturday before, we attended and participated in the Heroes event that you guys orchestrated. It was a very great event. We are appreciative of you all acknowledging and recognizing the deputies and their hard work. They were very thankful to be acknowledged and recognized for that. This past weekend, we did a station cleanup here around the station, and it was really good. You know, a lot of our deputies and our personnel and our staff came out with their family members, as well as we had a lot of community members and some of our local churches come out. And so it was good to just be out there. We're doing a lot of hard yard work and other cleaning, but it was just good to be out with people in the community, showing that we can work together in whatever capacity and aspect. Also this weekend, we had the pleasure of attending the Eddington Drive Block Club party event they had. A lot of good live entertainment. We had a good time, enjoyed the music. The team is already looking forward to having our invite for next year because we're looking forward to attending. So we're thankful that they invited us and we had a great time there at their block party event. Just know that visibility and being proactive is still a top priority for the team. And they continue to be out there and making sure they're being a deterrent and trying to bring those who are involved in criminal behavior to jail and to improve the living conditions for our residents, our business owners, and anyone who is visiting our great city. As you all know, tomorrow we're really excited. We're having our community night out from 5 to 8. For those who may not know, in 2020, due to the pandemic, it was canceled. Last year, we did something different, which was a lot of fun. We did the caravan trolley thing where we went to a bunch of different parks. But this year, we're really excited to be back together. We're going to block off Desford, going to set up the booths and different static displays, giveaways, food, and all the other things that we have right here out front. We're inviting all residents and anyone to just come out to partake, share, and as well as get some safety information. And once again, that's going to be tomorrow between 5 p.m. and 8 p.m. right here in front of the station, between the station and the City Hall. If you need more information, please feel free to check our social media platforms, or you can contact our community relations office here at the station. Lastly, as you guys know, it's sometimes a revolving door here at Carson Station. because we usually do, like I always say, get the cream of the crop. We usually get qualified individuals who are very experienced, very professional, and they have a lot of knowledge. Well, due to that, we just lost our operations lieutenant, Lieutenant Kim Guerrero. Yes, she went up to division, and now Lieutenant Boulder is now second in command. He is the new operations lieutenant, and so filling behind Lieutenant Boulder will be Lieutenant Pascual Dino Aiello. Lieutenant Aiello has been here at Carson. He's been the early morning watch commander. So some of you have called and spoke with the watch commander. You probably already spoke with him. He's going to do a great job in that role. He has a lot of, like I said, experience and knowledge. He is logged on right now. So Lieutenant Aiello, would you like to say a few words?
Okay, is this thing working?
Yep.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and distinguished members of Carson City Council. It's an honor to be here with you today. Just a quick introduction. I'm a 21-year veteran of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. I've been here at Carson, like the captain said, for about a year as an early morning watch commander. Prior to coming here, I was the Chief's aide for South Patrol Division. I don't know if you've met Chief Myron Johnson. I was working for him right before coming here. Just quick history. I'm a court recognized expert in forgery, fraud, narcotics, firearms, and automotive. I've held numerous different positions here for the Sheriff's Department, and truly it's an honor to be here, and I'm excited to be working with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome aboard.
Thanks, Lieutenant Aiello. So as I said, my report is short. That's all I have for tonight. I just want to thank you guys for your continued support of the hardworking men and women here at Carson Station. Does anyone have any questions of me?
Captain, not a question of you so much as Lieutenant. You mentioned that you're an expert in multiple fields. Well, what type of fraud did you say?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Forgery, fraud.
Forgery and fraud. I see. Okay.
Forgery, fraud. Yeah.
Very good. Okay. Thank you.
Just want to say to the captain, thank you for coming on the Eddington Block Party this Saturday. They greatly appreciated you, as well as our fire department. It's just good to have community policing, community fire, and they just came out just to kind of hang out with the block and those residents, and we're grateful, and we're grateful to you as well. So thanks so much.
Yes, sir. It was a pleasure.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments? Thank you, Captain, as usual.
As usual. Keep doing the good work. I've got my clock ticking. You know why I'm saying that. Okay.
Item number 7 is going to be continued to a later date. And the next item we have is an update regarding the Dominguez channel from LA County Public Works Director Mark Pastrella. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have with us our director from the LA County Public Works, Mr. Mark Pastrella. Director Pastrella is on and able to give us a presentation in regards to the Dominguez channel. And so everyone's attentive and be able to hear all the good news that Mr. Pastrella wants to share. So Mr. Pastrella, it's all yours.
And before we enter that, I want to let everyone know that the LA County Supervisor and I had the opportunity to meet with Mark, and the things that you're going to see here tonight are very uplifting to what we want to do. I've said several times that even though we had the odor, and he's going to tell us some things that we may be faced with, but this gave us an opportunity to turn lemons into lemonade. And I want to thank Mark for being so diligent, and we have encouraged him until this project is complete. I want to see his smiling face. He can't retire until the Dominguez channel is completely uplifted and upgraded and restored to something better than it was before. And he has made a commitment and some things that he's going to be discussing with us. So, Mark, thank you again for all your work. He's taken a personal interest in this, even though it happened and we've had two major problems here in the city and probably facing another one. So, Mark, thank you from myself and the county supervisor. We enjoyed the presentation. We've seen it all. I've seen it already.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Davis. I really do appreciate our relationship, and I can report to the entire council how diligent you've been in working with us and communicating the needs of the city with me, and also, of course, with Supervisor Mitchell, who was also pleased to be able to work with the city of Carson. And as she said, get back to the coffee table with you, because I think we just got her in office, and we had this incident last year that really disrupted, getting to know you all and engaging. Although I've been around for a long time, 35 years now as the working here at LA County Public Works. I'm coming to you today, councilman and councilwoman, as your Director of Public Works for Los Angeles County. That title also has subtitles to it, and one of them we're going to be talking about tonight is Chief Engineer of the Los Angeles County Flood Control District. We're going to be talking about that special district that serves the city of Carson and all the other 88 cities of the county of Los Angeles and the unincorporated area. Our service area, like I said, is all of LA County. And the infrastructure that we maintain and operate to serve your community and all those other communities is under the flood control district. And it looks like Dominguez Channel and LA River and the San Gabriel River and 14 major dams that had the original sole purpose of protecting the basin from flooding. But what we're going to hear about tonight is a little about what we've been doing over time, the way we plan, the mission of the district, and how we believe we have an opportunity, as the mayor said, to improve the lives of the community in the city of Carson and surrounding areas around Dominguez Channel. So again, thank you, Mayor Davis Holmes and the members of the City Council for inviting me to provide this update tonight on Dominguez Channel. Of course, I also want to thank your Public Works Director, Eliza Jane Whitman, who again has done a wonderful job representing the city of Carson, and she really does display great competency and commitment in her role as your Director of Public Works and my counterpart. And she's working very closely with me and my staff to essentially draw up a scope of what we might accomplish together in improving the city of Carson and its infrastructure. So let's start out. First of all, I know that I haven't met all of you. Some of you are new to the council, I believe, since the time I last was there. So let me do a little bit of background for you on the Dominguez Channel and its watershed, that area that drains to the channel. So I'll start with a little bit of background. So we're going to put up a slide here. I think it's coming up. There it goes. Okay, you got it in slide mode. I got it. Oh, there we go. Okay. So again, Dominguez Channel is represented by the blue line in this picture that you see in front of you. It runs through almost 16 miles long, running north to south from the city of Hawthorne to the Los Angeles harbor. So it interconnects a freshwater body when it rains, connecting to the saltwater body of the harbor. Where it meets the harbor, the channel becomes what we consider an estuary, mixing freshwater and ocean water together, serving as a wildlife habitat and wildflower habitat for migratory native birds and native wetland vegetation. Although I bet many of you wouldn't believe that be the case, because if you see the pictures or if you haven't been down to this area to see it, you don't think of it as an estuary, but we do think of it as an estuary. And it does have it has that estuary designation, not only by the county, but by the state and also by a federal designation of the waters of the U.S. The Dominguez Channel watershed, this big land area demarcated by the yellow boundary, is a land area outlined again in yellow, and it's approximately 72 square miles. It's quite a land area. And again, it drains into the Dominguez Channel. So what I mean by that is every time it rains, all the rain that falls on this 72 square mile area collects in a series of storm drains, channels, streets, in fact, and eventually that stormwater discharges off private property into this channel, and it's conveyed again down to the harbor. Now, that design was put together purposely to protect those properties within that yellow bounded area from flooding. and it allowed the economy of the area to grow. It actually allowed us to build much of the infrastructure that exists in the area, that serves the area. Everything from the freeways to your malls to the homes in this area are served by that channel. And the benefit of the channel is that you don't get flooded during a rain event. Within that watershed, 63% of the uses are industrial and commercial or transportation related. Things like truck yards, logistic facilities, hazardous materials and waste facilities, and container parking. And you know this because the Carson area is heavily impacted by commercial uses. And those commercial property owners, along with the residential property owners, they pay for the benefit of this channel to be flood free. And they do that annually. One of the things you may not know is the city residents pay about $28 a year for the benefit of that being free from flood. And the commercial properties pay much more. The rules related to draining to the channel are very important in the context that we're talking about tonight. There is nothing but stormwater allowed in that channel. In years past, previous to the 50s, this channel actually conveyed much more than stormwater. It conveyed sewage water, it conveyed industrial waste, and it was all permitted to do that. As time evolved, as we learned about the impacts of those pollutions on our waterways and the Clean Water Act took hold, those discharges are no longer allowed. What's interesting also about this area, and it's an unfortunate fact, there are quite a bit of health disparities in the area. In fact, in Carson, the life expectancy is 79.4 years compared to the county, state, and states at 81.3 years. Carson also has a very large areas that rank in the top 25% for coronary heart disease, asthma, and asthma statewide, particularly in the very low income areas in the northeast and northwest parts of the city. All of Carson ranks in the top 25% statewide of toxic releases from the facilities we just talked about. It also scores high for particulate matter called PM 2.5 concentrations and groundwater pollution and soil pollution. This is the result of lots of years of commercial use of this property. And also the learning curve that unfortunately takes too long for us humans to realize the impact of that pollution on our health. Now, we don't want Dominguez Channel be a contributory to those health disparities, nor a receiver of those pollutants I described to you. And yet the channel itself it does contain, the soils within the channel do contain some pretty heavy pollutants. And we'll talk about that in a minute. Now, I brought these statistics up to highlight that we still have a lot of work to do in our population outcomes of improved health for the community of Carson and those that are within this watershed. We have a lot of work to do. And the county's goal is to provide healthy, socially connected communities, not just through our flood control system, but also through our health department and other supporting departments that serve not only Carson, but all of the communities of Los Angeles County. So, our job didn't end when the odor incident ended back in October, or actually it ended in December. We're committed to partnering with you and building infrastructure that's equitable, resilient, and sustainable. You may have read the articles that came out post the incident, and you might have seen me quoted in the New York Times and in the LA Times making this commitment to you and to the other residents that live and work along the Dominguez Channel. That we believe, based on what we know, we have a lot of work to do if we are going to meet that shared goal of improved health for the communities that live within this area. So what are we doing what have we been doing since the channel and since the city of Carson experienced this odor incidents? Now, since we last met, we built resiliency, again, redundancy, and hardened the regulatory requirements around the channel, specifically the regulatory requirements that restrict anyone's ability to discharge anything but stormwater into this system. We've been continually monitoring the water quality, and we deployed a rapid response team to monitor air quality 5 days a week here around the channel. And in fact, it's a 7-day-a-week monitoring system because we utilize also the AQMD's system to monitor this. And we use what's the best monitor of all, and that's our residents that live, and your residents that live around the channel. We've engaged with them and given them the tools to be able to notify us when they are experiencing any odor whatsoever. So if anything abnormal is detected, we investigate the source and notify other agencies. Of course, we were doing this before the incident, but what we've done to harden that is we've decreased our response time to those odor incidents, and we've increased our monitoring, so we'll know about them sooner. We're also working with the Department of Public Health and regulators to be able to quickly address any future issues. And what I mean here is we're heavily pushing on the state to make sure that they're keeping the industrial discharges in compliance with state law and federal law, along with our fire department. We do, however, need the public's help all around the clock, but especially on weekends. So we're asking that the public please call our 24-hour hotline anytime they detect any unusual odors or see anything unusual related to the water quality or the structural integrity of the channel. And they can do that by calling us at 800-675-4357. Again, that number for any issues surrounding this channel, 1-800-675-4357. And you'll notice that the 4357 spells out help. So if it's an easy way to remember, it is 800-675-HELP. Again, it's important for the community to know that there will still be the seasonal occurring tidal impacts to this estuary, this lower area. And what I mean by that is we do expect odors to occur because of the natural condition that exists within the channel. Now, this is the low-level smell that typically happens in late summer, previous to any storms happening, where the reeds in the estuary grow up and begin to decay for the lack of natural flows into the system. And as they decay, we typically get dissolved oxygen levels that drop, and we get anaerobic digestion, which produces hydrogen sulfide gas, the rotten egg smell. And you can smell that rotten egg smell at something like 1 part per billion, our noses can. What AQMD has told us and our health department told us, and what we've learned over the last incident, is that if these levels rise to anywhere near 30 parts per billion, that we will have people feeling nuisances due to that. And if it persists longer than a day or two, that it could become something that we need to act more rapidly on with the community. Although not causing long-term health effects, it can cause acute health effects, and we do not want to get to that. So what are we doing this summer and doing this year to prepare so that we don't have that situation again? What we've done, like I said, is set up a rapid response team. We're reaching out to community in big way to educate them around the channel and at the schools, starting in August, to educate the public about what that smell is and what they can do about that smell, whether it's activating their odor filters that we handed out, or and at minimum calling us so that we can come out and investigate to make sure that we're not in a situation that we believe will create an odor or a nuisance greater than that 1 to 2 parts per billion. And certainly we are prepared for the worst case, and we would say the worst case is what we saw last year, where the community is impacted significantly and we're having to activate emergency management plans, including acute water quality treatment to knock down the smell, and preparing people for the potential to have to move from their homes. Although we don't want that to happen, we're acting as if it does happen and being prepared for it. So we are ready for the instance in which this event, which is highly unusual, in which a discharge of some kind of chemical ends up in the drainage, ends up in this system, activates anaerobic digestion, and causes that smell to occur for more than 2 to 3 days and in its significant levels. Again, we're planning as if that's going to happen, but we're also working so that it doesn't happen. And we know that your residents in this area are going to be highly sensitive to any smell they smell. So what we're doing about that is reaching out to them before they smell it and giving them the tools so they can be aware of what they can do to prevent any health impacts to themselves or their children in this area. Now, what I've also been doing is working hand in hand with the city to examine what can be done to improve the channel's water quality, to improve the aesthetic of the channel, as we see opportunity here to make improvements. And so we have began to study two things we've begun to study and to implement. First, we're studying this location on the left as a potential pocket park, an amenity that would be a small park, that would be an educational facility, interconnected with the city's bike path system, so the residents can actually come and actually have better access to this area and enjoy a location that they can take a respite from recreational activity, and as sort of a down payment, if you will, to what we want to do long-term along the right-of-way that the LA County Flood Control District owns and operates. So the image on the right provides a rough outline of the county's jurisdiction or ownership. And when I say county, I mean the county flood control system. It's important for the council to know about this right-of-way. It's really fortunate that the right-of-way is wider than the area that is necessary to contain the flooding. It allows us access to get in here and maintain the area. It provides an area for us to levee up. Sort of see the banks are actually levied up to maintain structural integrity so the flooding doesn't get into the city, but also provides an opportunity for us to provide potentially an access here for community and if you will, a greenway of some sort all along the channel, not just within the city of Carson, but perhaps beyond. So what we're doing is developing a watershed study that is already commenced. We have budgeted something like $5 to $7 million for this study, including within that budget, we're including a $1 million dedicated to community outreach so that we might engage with you and the community members within Carson to understand best what they'd like to see our property look like. So I'm going to take just a moment to show you a slide of something potentially that could come from this work. So I'm going to let my partner here put it up on the screen if you don't mind. He'll be working on it. While he's doing that, do you have that up yet? It's not sharing yet. Let's see. Maybe I don't see it. Still have the same slide. Can you give us that before and after slide? Okay, yeah, you need to switch. They don't see that yet. So I think you have to close the other one and open this one. So let me keep talking while he's getting that. So every step of the way as we do this watershed study, which will be conducted by LA County Flood Control District in partner with the city of Carson, we'll be engaging, as I said, the community to engage their thoughts. So let's take a look for a second at what the art of the possible is. On the left side of your screen, you see the existing channel. And I'm sure you can all agree with me that aesthetically, that's not very pleasing. In fact, it's a limited area, limited access. We have typical chain link fence going on here in our right-of-way. We have the levee that's being, there's some native plant growth there, but a lot of it is like tumbleweed scenario. We have debris there. We have the waterway itself. This is when it's calm and actually the tidal influence is happening to it, so there's not water flowing through it. On the right is a schematic from something that our department has put together from another waterway you may be aware of, and that's the LA County or the LA River Master Plan. And here in the LA River, very much a similar scenario, but not exactly the same. So this is not the channel that this is not Dominguez channel, but it's got this similar idea. So if you will, for me, imagine this left-hand side looking like this, where we have a pedestrian access built in, a bicycle access built in. We have riparian habitat, upland habitats. We have tree system that are appropriate tree vegetation that might have existed before the area was developed. We have low-lying, on the levee system, we have some low-lying system of vegetation that greens it up. And then we have a better looking and clean levee system. And this all maintains our flood protection while allowing for increased habitat and active and passive recreation to occur within the flood control districts right away. And what we imagine is that the city would engage in this by engaging first on communicating with us about what they see best benefits are for this channel, and also engaging you by having you an opportunity to interact with us through your own pedestrian plans and your own bicycle plans, providing access to cyclists and to pedestrians along the way at each bridge, for instance, or other areas, creating pocket parks along the way, like the one we're going to build in year one, where people have respite. So let's show the pocket park. So here's an example of some of the amenities that the public might see along the way. So you come off your bikeway, you interconnect, you have this destination point, wayfinding, Dominguez Channel, got this place where you can actually do education, for educational pieces. And we have decorative fencing and gateways that make more sense in our beautification of our system. So like so much removing the blight from the flood control system and turning it into an asset for the community that engages with it. All of this obviously is not planned yet. It needs to be planned in a holistic way. It needs to be planned in a culturally competent way. So we're going to be expending quite a bit of money in terms of community outreach, as I said. We're going to engage CBOs from your community and you, the city as well, identifying which CBOs you believe need to be engaged. That would be community-based organizations. We're going to initiate this study in the fall of 2022, this fall. And then again, in the short term, we're going to be building this $1.5 million pocket park on land owned by the county on the east bank of the channel, just south of Del Amo Boulevard. Again, the image on the left is what that site looks like now. And then the CBOs will help us outreach the community to identify opportunities for nature watching, citizen science, recreation, and community gatherings. We expect the completion of the pocket park to be in the end of 2023. We expect that the watershed study to take quite a bit longer time than that, at least 2 years of watershed study, planning, and project development. And that expenditure for that plan, again, will be somewhere between $5 and $7 million. Post the plan, we expect to partner with the city and residents, and specifically industry and commercial entities and the federal government to build out something like what I told you, or I showed you in the plans, the before and after plans. So I didn't want to get too detailed about that because I don't want to create expectations that we can't meet. But I do know at a minimum that we are going to create a greenway of some way. We're going to create more passive and active recreation along the channel to benefit the city of the community of Carson. We're going to attempt to turn the current amenity to double up on the amenities that the channel provides now. The channel right now provides the amenity of habitat, it provides flood protection, and it isn't, believe it or not, it is improving the water quality because we're doing a lot of treatment upstream and on the edges so that the quality of the water in this area continues to improve. This will all require partnership, again, as I said, with the city, the state, and the federal government to carry out. But what you can count on is the flood control district and the county paying for these improvements, the study itself, and the long-term improvements that would turn this again into what we would term as a linear park within the city of Carson. So I know I've been going on, and I'm sure you have a lot of questions. So I'm going to stop here and let the council ask me some questions.
Questions from the council?
Okay, I have a question. Thank you, Mark. Great presentation.
Sure.
First of all, you're aware of our master planned bike path, which
Yes.
is partially built. I'm sure you've inspected the channel personally at this point, more than once. And you see how underneath some of the bridges, there is already bike path built out.
Yeah.
And it's a little stop and start type thing. So I get from your presentation that bike path will be incorporated into the master plan for restoration, right?
Yes, those plans have to inform us about how we interact. It would be a shame for us not to do that. And Eliza's already shared that with us, including your general plan update and your economic development planning that you've been doing to see how this can interact with the plans, the land use plans that the city of Carson has already developed.
Right, and because it's just a logical thing to coordinate the development, both developments simultaneously. And the funding would have to be worked out on how that happens.
You got it.
The second question is before I finish, get the next question. So the bike path should be able to connect basically Gardena to Wilmington, Long Beach area. Does your plan include that extensive of a length of a bike path?
Yeah, so you saw a good way to answer that is the study area is that entire watershed area that would loop. So it's a huge 72 square mile area. So we would be incorporating stakeholder input from that area. So yes, down to, okay, what does that translate into, like the amenities like bike paths, and offering opportunities for the other cities along the way to take advantage of the fact that we're doing this master planning right now. Right. So they would be voices at the table to bring that opportunity. And the flood control district is offering is we can be this interconnectivity between the cities with this right of way that we own and operate. And we really want the cities to take advantage of that.
Okay, so the next question is a two-part question. what is the likelihood or possibility of adding public art, maybe even a light show type of a intersection, maybe at Avalon Boulevard and the Water Channel? You know, a lot can be done because of technological changes with the LED lights and laser lights. Is that being discussed in the plans?
So one of the things, yes, thank you. And one of the things that our planning unit does now is we incorporate, by the way, by county policy, arts and culture in any of our master planning. And so our Department of Arts and Culture here at LA County Public Works will be on the team. And then what we would do is invite local, your city and local artists to communicate, you know, what you see as art, because art is in the eye of the beholder many times.
It sure is.
You know, and so like if you look at what we did on the LA River, we actually took, instead of took it as reaches, we took it mile by mile, and we actually sought out the different cultures along the LA River. And we would do the similar thing here on the Dominguez Channel, seeking out the culture that exists along the mile, and also looking to be very protective of against gentrification or loss of any culture along this, because we know that as we make these improvements, they cause economic development to spur. And what we've seen as a result of that many times is we lose housing, we lose sometimes culture. And so we have to be very careful about how we do that. We're going to bring to bear some of the lessons we learned, not only in the arts, but on the cultural component to this planning team. So you're getting like a world-class planning group that's coming in to look at this and understand state-of-the-art planning, including arts and culture, as an integrated component of our planning on any of the projects.
That's great. That's exactly what we're looking for. So it's good to hear that. And of course, be sure to include indigenous peoples, art and culture, because at one time this area was flooded in the summers, and this is provided fishing grounds for Native American Indians who lived in this area for thousands and thousands of years. And of course, we want to include our heritage as a city as the first Spanish land grant in all of the state of California. So maybe that type of Spanish rancho art and culture can be included as well. Okay, so that's the first part of the question, because as you gather from my questions, I'm a big supporter of public art. Now, the other thing is, what is the possibility of increasing the water quality so that first the native flora and fauna can survive and prosper and thrive? And then what is the possibility of humans actually being able to be on the water?
Right.
Not on I'm not talking about skiing or water skiing. I'm talking about maybe a tour boat.
Right, yeah.
Kind of on the, the inspiration of the city of San Antonio, Texas, with the Riverwalk. I mean, it's a different situation than the Riverwalk. That was a flood control channel. Businesses had their rear doors to that channel years ago, and they reversed the situation and made it a great tourist attraction. So what about that possibility, making it something that people actually do want to look at and experience? Yeah,
well, first on the water quality piece, the county flood control district has its own MS4 permit with the goal of making all of our waterways fishable and swimmable. That's a very aspirational goal.
Yeah, it's a big task, no doubt about it.
And one of the things we've been focused on is reduction of toxicity to the point that first the indicator habitat and also wildlife can live and thrive there. And we've actually seen, it was incredible, Councilman, the bounce back that we saw just by increasing the oxygen within the dissolved oxygen in the water. And getting that chemicals out of the water body. It seems like Mother Nature has a reparative way to it. It has some sort of immune system that sort of somehow finds itself. And
she does, that's for sure.
And we want to encourage that, and we encourage that by honoring what was there previously, understanding the habitat, and also looking what the art of the possible is. There is a thriving fish life there. There is thriving bird life there. There is thriving habitat. It isn't always appropriate. Some of it's non-native. It's interesting. What we can do is increase the habitat. A lot of permissions needed to do that, by the way, because that's federal property that we'd be in there doing that on. But first on water quality, we have already know we were doing better on water quality by eliminating the illicit discharges into the system by reducing them dramatically over the years. That itself helped. We know we have to keep up with that, and we have to get after people who are discharging us. And that is a year-round thing for us already. We have a team that's totally dedicated, and it's the team that basically is doing the forensics for the litigation that we're involved with. They are to they've encouraged me that there is more to do and that we can improve the water quality to the point that, yeah, someday you may have people at least on the surface of that water, maybe not swimming on it. But we already, as you know, we already have the ability to navigate that water. We actually had boats up in the water there where we was doing treatment. So it isn't far flung to think there might be some kind of engagement that way with the water. Although we would have probably never imagined that 10, even 15 years ago. There is if we get that desire from the community and we hear that input, it would be something we've been putting into play as a possibility to encourage access to it. You know, LA River, we actually have a vendor that is actually providing kayak trips down a portion of the LA River right now. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I heard about that. I'm going on that.
And it's safe and it's not dangerous to be in that water. And I think Dominguez Channel has the potential to be that, while of course being highly monitored for flood conditions and for water quality conditions. You know, that's what you have to do if you're going to have that kind of access. So it's not out of the realm of the possibility. Today, I would tell people, don't get in that water until we tell you it's safe to do so.
That's for sure, yeah.
We know right now you could be in that water, you could get in that water now, and you would survive that and not have a health problem, but that doesn't mean that tomorrow that's a different condition. So, and then the other thing that's going on with the water quality is the sediment in the channel is definitely, in the deep layers are definitely, they definitely laced with pollutants of concern. And that's something we have to be very careful about, is not how do we handle that sediment? Do we leave it in place? Do we let it be encapsulated? And, you know, the federal government has been working on that for a long time. So the dynamics of the system are really interesting. The habitat that there is, it has some ways to go. The big thing is to make sure that we continue to be diligent about not polluting it and not allowing illicit discharge into the system so that we can improve it. And I think that's within the realm of, and we will be studying that, and you'll see recommendations that come out of our study on how we can improve it and maybe someday have people interact with the water itself.
That's very good news. I want to conclude my questions and comment with the idea that we have this, I know it's called an incident technically, I call it a disaster with the hydrogen gas effect on our residents.
Yeah.
I'm a believer that restoring the habitat and making it healthy makes it less likely that will ever happen again, especially to that degree. I mean, it was horrible, as everyone knows. But, you know, this effort is going to cost a lot of money, but it's well worth it, because if we can avoid that type of disaster again, then all this effort that you're putting forth and everyone else on the team is going to be much appreciated for not just us, but generations after us. So again, Mark, I really appreciate the presentation. And I have to kind of pat myself on the back, because during the disaster, I was the lead advocate to bring the watershed to a healthy environment. And then all my colleagues joined in that idea as well, of course. But so again, thank you. And I'm looking forward to all of this happening. It's exciting for me to see these good things happen in Carson.
Very good.
Thank you.
Comments from anyone else?
I was just going to say, Mark, what a great presentation. I think you kind of answered everything, and then following by Councilmember Deere with his myriad of questions, you answered it. It was very thorough. And you know, out of the storm sometimes come the rainbow. We're waiting on the rainbow. So, thank you.
Well,
thank you, Councilman Milton.
Thank you, Mark. The councilwoman and I, that's why we had drilled Mark on these questions, and I wanted to you to hear that my colleagues on board, LA County Supervisor, we met. And this is the outcome of those meetings. Mark will be coming back to us frequently and keeping us updated, because we are going to be doing, through his office, a lot of outreach and getting what the community wants, because this has been an eyesore. And I really wanted to, I'm glad you pointed out that an order could happen, but in September, and putting everybody on notice that you're putting the bubblers out already, aren't you?
Yeah, we have them deployed and ready to go in the instance that they need to be engaged. But our dissolved oxygen in the water right now is really high. It's in good shape.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't want to run them when we don't need to. But it was so wonderful about that response. And I give if you don't mind, I give my staff a lot of credit. They really didn't have anything like that in the country. Do something at that scale, and we invented that on site, this idea of dissolved oxygen being pumped into a water body that large. So what happened, interesting enough, is we had an open source invitation from the science and the industry, private sector and public, and it was a small vendor in your area there that came with a micro bubble system, very small. It wasn't nowhere near treating this scale. And what we did is took their proprietary product and upscaled it with them in collaboration with them, and developed what now is, you called it out, this bubbler system is now ready to go, built and in place. We also in our warehouse have a tremendous amount of deodorizer. I always forget the name of it. Yeah, we have that ready to go. But let's say we're not going to need to have it.
We're not going to need any of that.
What we're going to know, though, for sure, this is what you can count on from me. You will know. We will know very early if there's any indicator of anything like this happening. And we will be working with you side by side as we did last time in any incident that comes. And we are better prepared for what happened because of what we went through. And I think that's the sign of any good agency. You learn from what your experiences, and you only get better. You can always get better with knowledge. And I think one of the key things was the partnership that grew between ourselves and the city, a renewal of the relationship, which I'm really proud that we have renewed that relationship with Carson. And I feel very strongly that we will get through whatever and actually produce something outstanding, lemonade, as you said, from what happened.
We want some lemonade. We don't want any more lemons.
Lemonade out of what we got. Anyway, thank you for the opportunity to speak to the council.
Councilman Hicks or anyone else?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mark, thank you for that presentation. Again, our residents were impacted by this smell, but, as they said, you get lemon on lemonade. But my real question is regarding the pocket park. You're saying by 2023. Yeah. What is the acreage of that, or how big is that?
Well, interesting enough, I have my chief planner sitting in, so she's going to give me the answer here in a second. By the way, we're going to assign much like you have a captain from the sheriff department, we're assigning what we call a watershed manager, watershed keeper to your area, and we'll bring her to a next meeting potentially and introduce her to all of you. Marcela Benavides is her name, and she has lots of experience in planning. And then I also have, as I said, Carolina Hernandez on the line with us tonight, and she's the chief planner from the Los Angeles County Flood Control District. She's going to be the one making this happen for us all. So excited to have her here. Do you have the acreage? I know it's not gigantic. When we call pocket park, we know it's less than an acre.
Yes.
And so, we're probably looking at something like a third of an acre or something. It's vacant land that we own now. And so we have full rights to develop it. There's not a lot of entitlement necessary. We can contract for it and even do some of the work ourselves. So we're excited about being able to tell you that within a year's time, we'd have that pocket park up and running, and it'd be a place for us to gather and do some of our watershed planning, community outreach from that location as well.
So with the size of that pocket park, there won't be any buildings or anything erected on there, will there?
No. It would be signage, park-like features, seats, a viewing area of the water from there, that kind of stuff, and then probably landscaping of the area.
Okay. All right.
If Councilman Hicks is finished, just a segue on the councilman's comments. That pocket park is the location of our proposed bikeway.
Right.
So would the pocket park include a bridge over the Victoria Park Channel? We nicknamed it Coyote Creek. It feeds in through Victoria Park area to the Dominguez Channel.
Right.
Would that be a bridge included?
Any bridge improvement like that, significant improvement like that, is going to be part of our larger watershed study. Because we're going to have to do full blown contracting and an EIR and all the environmental studies. But you know about that bridge, Councilman, and I do too. And it's in previous plans. So
Yeah, correct.
yeah, we can pull that out. And I love the fact that it's integrated with your own bikeway plan. This spot, maybe this respite from the bike. You get off your bike, you sit here, take a respite, read about the channel, see what's coming. I'm assuming we're going to do some kind of drinking water or something there as well for that. So we're going to anticipate that there's going to be pedestrians and bicyclists that would enjoy this pocket park.
Great. That's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Just, everybody said pretty much everything that I would say, Mark. Thank you. And we sound beyond prepared now. So like the MLC said, I don't think we're going to have another one of these because we are prepared. Yeah. And that is a blessing. Yes. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that was one of our top concerns. Mark and I are on each other's meeting date I think bi-weekly I meet with Mark.
Yes.
It's just for half an hour. And this purpose of this meeting, because like I told him, I couldn't explain it, and I bring the experts in to explain what's going on and to keep our residents informed. So when this does happen, all of the council will have some answers to give to the residents, their constituents that live along the Dominguez channel. So Mark, I want to thank you. I know you'll be back. I'll be having you back as soon as we develop more thoughts and ideas. And I know we were supposed to visit the Riverwalk, but I'm waiting on that. So thank you.
Everything's so virtual now, Mayor.
I know, but I want the vacation. I'm a touchy-feely person. Okay, but you did an excellent presentation. I think this is the third time we've gone over it. So thank you very, very much, and I'll talk to you soon.
Okay, thank you to Mayor, and thank you to the whole council, and thank you for your support. We know that the residents are going to be highly sensitive and are very aware of the channel now, unfortunately, for the wrong reason. We want to become aware of it for the right reasons.
Yes.
As I do expect, September, that you will get calls from residents saying they smell something, even if you don't smell it. They went through a tremendous traumatic experience, and we need to be, and we will be very sensitive to that. We'll be providing them every tool we can. We will need your support too to help them if they do smell this or they have any form of like PTSD due to what they went through. We will have our mental health professionals ready to deal with that as well. So I wanted to add that in there as well. We are prepared on the mental health front as well. Okay. So there you go. That's my presentation. Thank you for the time tonight.
Thank you. And to our city manager, could you make sure we put this Dominguez channel number up on our webpage and wherever else we need it? So September is coming here fast approaching. So thank you again, Mark.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is all communications for matters listed on the agenda, Madam City Clerk.
No, Madam Mayor, we didn't receive any.
Do you have any on matters not listed on the agenda?
I do not.
Oh, good.
I know.
Okay, the next item is approval of the May 23rd Council Successor Agency and regular meeting minutes.
Move to approve.
Is there a second? Okay.
Second.
Moved and probably second by our sleepy MBT. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Madam.
Aye.
Report the vote.
Unanimous, Madam Mayor.
Okay, the next is our consent calendar. Items 10 through 21. I entertain a motion to approve items 10 through 21.
To move approval of the consent calendar agenda.
Second.
Moved and properly second. Would anyone like to pull any items? Hearing none, let's call for a vote of approval of consent calendar number 10 through 21.
Aye.
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 Councilwoman.
Aye.
Unanimous, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. The next item is, what is the next one? 22?
Yes, ma'am. Item 22.
Item number 22. This is let me get to item number 22. Special order day, a public hearing to consider resolution number 22155. 22155, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Carson, California, acting in its capacity as the legislative body for the City of Carson, Carson Communities Facilities District number 2018-01, maintenance and services, approving annexation of number 11, Centerpoint Warehouse, a property located at 1662735 Alabama Boulevard, APN 6126-011-021 6126-011-23 and 6126-001124 within the future annexation area. Madam City Clerk, was this item properly posted?
The property owner, Centerpoint Properties Trust, submitted the unanimous approval consent letter to the City of Carson requesting for annexation into the City of Carson Community Facilities, District number 2018-01, Maintenance and Services. There are no noticing nor publication requirements required for this item beyond the Brown Act.
Okay. Council members, staff presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For this particular public hearing, we'll have our Director of Community Services, or Community Development, Mr. Saeed Nasseh.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. This is a fairly routine annexation to the citywide CFD. On November 7th, 2018, as you recall, the city established the citywide CFD for a purpose of maintenance and services of city's infrastructure and established the future voluntary annexation areas. The adoption of the proposed ordinance would authorize the annexation of the Centerpoint project located on Avalon Boulevard into the CFD by unanimous consent of the property owner. The Centerpoint project includes construction of a 112,000 square foot warehouse building. This property will be taxed at $3,204 per acre or $21,526 per year. The amount is consistent with the calculation methodology from the citywide fiscal impact analysis report prepared by the city's CFD consultant, MBS Governmental Finance Group. That concludes staff's report.
Okay, to council, do you have any questions for staff?
I think this is great. They're going into our CFD, and this while this is already there, this is actually helping the city in some ways. So I'd like to make a recommendation.
I have to open the public hearing first.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, any more questions from my colleagues?
Not at this time, Madam Mayor.
Okay, we're gonna open public hearing. Are there any public testimony, Madam City Clerk?
Madam Mayor, there is one person waiting in the waiting room.
Okay. On this item?
That's my assumption.
Okay.
Yeah. Good evening, caller. Phone number ending in 4380. You've been added to the live meeting. Caller ending in 4380. You've been added to the live meeting for the public hearing item. Please unmute yourself.
Hello?
Hello?
No response. No response.
Yeah. Kevin? Okay.
Yeah, like they're gone.
They're gone?
Yeah, that was the only person, Madam Mayor.
Okay, are there any staff closing comments?
None, Madam Mayor.
Okay, the public hearing is closed. I will now consider a motion, or if there's any council deliberation. Council members. Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Mayor, I'll make the motion that we waive further reading and adopt resolution number 22-155. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Carson acting in its capacity as a legislative body of the City of Carson Community Facilities District number 2018-01, maintenance and service. Approving annexation number 11, Center Point Warehouse, a property located at 16627 and 16635 Avalon Boulevard, and assessor parcel number 6126-011-021, 6126-011-023, and 6126-011-024 within the future annexation area. And receive and file the unanimous approval consent letter from Center Point Properties Trust.
Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and properly second. No further deliberation. I'll entertain
Yes,
all-
ask
yes.
for the vote.
Yeah.
All those in favor?
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Wake up, two ladies on the council. Madam Clerk, report the vote.
It's unanimous, Madam Mayor.
Okay. The next item is another special order today. It's a public hearing to consider ordinance number, some numbers are missing, XX.
Oh, this is the one for the special meeting.
Is this a special?
No, this is
No,
the regular meeting.
This is a regular meeting, but I don't have numbers in front.
You'll have the special meeting after this item. So
Yeah.
the ordinance number was assigned today. It's ordinance number 22-2216.
Okay, 2216. To consider ordinance number 22-2216, an uncodified ordinance for the City Council of the City of Carson, California, approving a First Amendment to Development Agreement 13-2017 between the City of Carson and Cam Carson. Madam City Clerk, was this properly posted, this hearing?
Yes, there was proof of timely publication received by our office here at the City Clerk's office. The notice to the applicant via phone and or Zoom was confirmed by staff. The posting requirements were met for individuals and organizations. The posting affidavits are on file here in the City Clerk's office, and there was no written communication received for it.
Staff presentation?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have several folks with us today, but we'll have our Assistant City Manager of Economic Development, Mr. John Raymond, start off, and then headed also by our City Attorney, Ms. Sunny Soltani.
So Madam Mayor, this is a development agreement related to the development of the outlet mall on the 157-acre landfill property called the former Cal Compact landfill. This public hearing is an amendment to the development agreement, and the amendment to the development agreement is approved by ordinance. And so in addition to the ordinance number, which is assigned today, they're assigned by the city clerk after the ordinance is recommended by the Planning Commission, which occurred last night. So that's why we got the number today, and that's why it had the XX. We also want to remove Exhibit B from the ordinance itself, and that is a series of tables that are noted as table Roman numeral 4-A1. Those are the modified project consistency with the Carson general plan. And those are a holdover from the original ordinance from 4 years ago when the general plan consistency was included in the original ordinance. So it's redundant and unnecessary to have it in the ordinance today. So when the motion maker makes the motion, it would be for ordinance 22-2216 with the removal of Exhibit B from the ordinance itself.
Exhibit D?
B is in
boy.
B is in boy. So this development agreement is an agreement between the City of Carson and Cam Carson LLC. They're the developer on the site, and it's part of what are called the project agreements. There's a separate agreement between the Carson Reclamation Authority and the developer called the conveyancing agreement. And then there's a third agreement called the cooperation agreement. And That agreement is the subject of the special meeting, which would occur after this item. And that's an agreement between the City of Carson and the Reclamation Authority related to the funding of the infrastructure and the sales tax rebate back to the developer. The project was originally approved in 2018. All three original agreements were approved in September of 2018, and the Reclamation Authority started construction on the project in October of 2018 and proceeded with construction for about a year, a little bit longer than a year. The obligation was that the Reclamation Authority would construct all of the subsurface improvements, including the remedial system improvements at the authority's cost, and then the piles and slab to be constructed and reimbursed by the developer. There was a dispute in late 2019 between the developer and the CRA, the authority, over the cost of the remedial system costs and the authority's ability to complete its work. And that, after several months of negotiation, that ended up in litigation filed in late April or early May of 2020. So the CRA has been in litigation with the developer for about 2 years. We did go to mediation last year around this time and started talking about what project might occur on the site. And there was some back and forth on that. In early, several months ago, the developer returned. They reached out to the city attorney's office, or attorneys did, to talk about coming back to the site and start negotiating terms under which we would amend all the agreements, and they would come back and actually complete the work on the site. And so the project, the Reclamation Authority approved the conveyancing agreement last night at its meeting, and the cooperation agreement, and the Planning Commission recommended this development agreement for your consideration tonight. Essentially, the major difference is that under the previous agreement, the CRA, the Reclamation Authority, at its own cost, was responsible for the construction of the remedial systems, and also, as I mentioned earlier, the installation of all the piles and the slab and all the subsurface work. Under the new agreement, in return for the authority pledging the amount of $32.5 million, which is part of the residual land value consideration from the Cell 3, 4, and 5 project by Carson Goose owner, the developer would use that toward the completion of all the systems, the remaining remedial system on Cell 2, which is the site of the project, and then all the remaining horizontal work on that, and then build the vertical improvements, meaning the mall itself. All of that, with the exception of our contribution, would be at their cost and their risk. There's a 3-month due diligence process that's part of this agreement, and during that period, the litigation would be stayed. And then at the end of 3 months, and that period is for them to go out and sort of physically evaluate the condition of all the improvements that have been installed, and do their own cost estimating as to what the remaining cost is going to be for the improvements. In the end, they can determine it's too expensive to come back. Maybe the elements and weather have taken its toll on the improvements, and they don't want to come back. And we would end this agreement, and we'd be back in litigation. If in the end they determine that it's a go, then we would come back. There'd be a settlement agreement, and the city attorney can talk about that, how that, what that process would happen. But then we would proceed into the development phase They'd remobilize contractors out there and complete the remedial system work, the remaining, all of the remaining pile caps and installation of the liner and pouring the slab and then actually building the improvements. There's also one of the things that remains from the original development agreement and the original conveyancing agreement is that there is a $10 million contribution from the developer toward the construction of the infrastructure on site, namely the major on-site streets, Leonardo and Stamps. And part of that is coming from the city, and part of that is coming from Carson Goose Owner as a contribution as well. So that's an expensive infrastructure, and all parties are going to have to contribute to that to make that work. That's basically, the last thing is that in consideration for the additional costs, because this is creates quite a bit more additional cost on the side of the developer, that we had originally, in order to close the feasibility gap in 2018, the original conveyancing agreement and development agreement had a tax sharing 50% of the sales tax generated by the site or by the project on the site for 25 years, and that is now extended to 32 years. And costs have gone up. Things are likely not less expensive than they would have been in 2019. And this is there's a calculation on that seems to be a fair trade for this. So I know that the developers here, they may want to talk during the public hearing. The city attorney may want to add something that I missed or clarify something where I may have misspoke. I don't think I misspoke, but but it's I'll turn it over to her.
Thank you, Mr. Raymond. You covered everything. The only thing that I would add is that under the previous agreement, the city and the CRA had an obligation to build the embankment that's necessary for the two billboards that are supposed to go on site. That's an additional cost that the developer has accepted now. There's also the insurance premiums and the insurance fees for renewing the various insurance programs on the property that is now going to be a cost that's going to be borne by the developer. These are all additional costs in addition to paying the remainder of the remedial work, or paying for finishing off the remainder of the remedial work, and the increase in construction costs that would justify the additional 7 years that the developer is going to be receiving. Lastly, it's in the staff report, but it probably does, it's worth mentioning that the benefits of this project, once completed, is an estimated of $3.6 million of years in gross sales tax. And the estimates are pretty old. I'm confident that this will be more than 3.6 million in today's dollars. 50% of that will go to the city for 32 years or until the recovery amount is paid off. So it's not like the developer blindly gets that for 32 years. There will be an assessment, and once the costs that are being incurred are paid off, that would drop off. If it's paid off in 20 years, then at the 20-year mark, the city will start receiving the 100% of the sales tax. But it's hard to determine because it's a landfill, and until they're out there developing, we don't know what those actual costs will end up being. Also, it's going to bring about 1,200 construction jobs and 1,600 permanent jobs and hundreds of thousands of new visitors to the city annually. The most significant, perhaps, benefit that not only the city of Carson will receive, but the region will receive, is that the remedial systems for this site can be completed, which will help in reducing methane gas through completed landfill gas collection and control systems. this site has been sitting vacant for decades, and so that would be a huge benefit not only to the city but the community and the region. The developers here, you may want to speak to them, or they may want to speak, and we're happy to answer any questions the council might have.
Thank you. The applicant can speak when we open the public hearing. So are there any questions to staff from my colleagues? Hearing none, we're going to open the public hearing. City Clerk?
Yes, Madam Mayor, there's one person waiting in the waiting room, and I'll admit them at this time. Good evening, caller. Your phone number is ending in 6140. You've been admitted to the live meeting for the public hearing. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hello?
Yes, good evening. You're in the live meeting for the public hearing, item number 23.
Yes.
Yes, you have 3 minutes to speak, sir.
Okay. My question is directly to Councilwoman Rojas and Councilman Deere. A few months ago, we met. My name is Ignacio Luquin. I'm calling from Avalon Greens 2. And we were discussing the problems of sidewalks surrounding our community. And my question is, how are we doing with the project?
Madam Mayor, if I could answer that.
Please.
It's really not part of this public hearing, I believe, but a quick answer would be Mr. Roberts, I believe, has directed staff to look at the potential trip hazards and other issues. So maybe our city manager can give a quick answer to that if you want.
Or we can have him to call. The city manager can call him. Can we have Ms. Ignacio's phone number, City Clerk?
Yes, I will write that down, Madam Mayor, and email it to the office of the city manager.
And Mr. Ignacio, our city manager, will be contacting you tomorrow regarding, because this is not a part of this agenda, your concerns. And Councilman Deere says he's already forwarded your complaint to the appropriate staff member. So our city manager will contact you tomorrow, Mr. City Manager?
Yes, ma'am, will do.
Okay.
That's correct. City manager has a service request from me and from the councilwoman Rojas also.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ignacio. Thank you.
I'll get back to you, Mr. City Manager.
Oh.
Thank you, sir. Have a good evening.
Now I would like to hear from the applicant for comments and presentation.
Oh, George, you're muted.
There we go. The words of the 21st century. Thank you, Councilmember Deere. Madam Mayor, George Milston, Latham & Watkins, representing the applicant. I'd like to introduce Jocelyn Gubler, who is Senior Vice President of Simon Development Group, who is here with us today. She has a few comments, and then I'll come back and close. But Simon would like to make a few comments about moving forward with the project. Jocelyn?
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Milston, and good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm Jocelyn Gubler, as Mr. Milston introduced, and I am here on behalf of Cam Carson this evening. We are very pleased to be moving forward with these amendments to the project agreements, which will allow us to do the work necessary to restart the mall project. We really appreciate the hard work by the city attorney, the city staff, Mr. Raymond, and everyone who has participated to complete these amendments. There's a lot of work to be done. Mr. Raymond outlined that in some great detail. Thank you. And we look forward to continuing the work with the staff and with the CRA. So thanks for having us tonight. We're very appreciative, and we're here to answer any questions you may have, as Mr. Milston indicated.
Okay, I think one of my questions was answered earlier. There's a timeline as far as starting the due diligence, and because we didn't want to wait until the 90 days, and I think that was answered earlier. and I appreciate the timeline that was submitted. And so I will defer to my colleagues who may have questions.
Madam Mayor, I do have a question or two. To both Jocelyn, thanks for being here, and George Milstein. First of all, I want to comment that George Milstein and I have a long, many years relationship about Carson. So that's great that he's involved with it. So my question to both of you would be that the presentation by our city staff and our city attorney, would you fully and enthusiastically agree with their evaluation, assessment, and description of the relationship and the contractual agreements?
George Milston, if I can, Councilman Deere. In general, the answer is yes. The documents obviously speak for themselves, and the city attorney and city assistant city attorney have spent dozens, if not 100 hours working on these documents. It's hard to summarize them in a few words, but in overall, I think there was an adequate description of the overall structure of the documents and how the parties have agreed to move forward. At the end of the day, however, as you can appreciate, Mr. Deere, there are a lot of words on a piece of paper. We're all going to be bound by those words. We're going to work hard to make this happen. Simon and Macerich and the Cam Carson team are already starting work. They have been for months. We're excited at the prospects to make this happen. Councilman Deere, as you know, and as I think most of the council know, this has long been a dormant site, and it's time to get something done, and we're excited to move forward to make that happen.
Well, that's great to hear that, and I'm very excited. I'm sure all my colleagues are, and the community is excited about the potential, the possibilities, and the reality coming to fruition. If you recall, George, I was the mayor when we first talked with Macerich, and I came up with the idea of an outlet mall when I was told, oh, no, can't do an outlet mall there. No way you can do an outlet mall. So fortunately, David Simon joined in later on, and now you have a partnership between the two, and now the city and the Reclamation Authority. So this dream is coming true. It's something that I wanted, as George, many, many years ago with my proposal, and I'm just really happy that we are going to make it happen for the people of Carson.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, council member.
You're welcome.
George, one question. It was a proposal. This is becoming a reality. So we made a proposal into reality, and I'm excited about that. But my question to you, because we've had so many hiccups, how committed is Simon and your Cam Carson committed to making this project a reality? I think my residents need to know that, because we've had the ups and downs and the hiccups. How committed? We don't want to go down the path of 90 days and then we come back and say, oops, we're not going to do it.
Madam Mayor, if I can, and Ms. Cooper may want to add to this, but I can tell you that everybody is in the boat rowing in the same direction. I really appreciate the hard work of Mr. Raymond, city attorney, but there is a lot of work to do. And the Simon Macerich teams are rolling up their sleeves. We're going to get in there. We're going to do the work, and we will keep everybody posted as to how that work is going along the way. It is a large dollar commitment to do this undertaking over the next several months. We're committed to do that, and we're committed to make this happen as best we can. We've got a lot of investigation to do with Mr. Raymond and his team, and we're going to be doing that. Jocelyn?
Thank you, Mr. Milston. I would just add, we have assembled our team. We are ready to start immediately. We've got a lot of work to understand the current status of the site. A lot depends on what we see in the ground in terms of the work that's been done. But we're also grappling with supply chain issues and construction materials, and that's a global issue. But we are very optimistic that we've worked out with these revisions and the amendments through your team and through their hard work over the last couple of months. The goal of getting this done can be accomplished.
I'm hopeful also, because you've had the NFL come through and dangle in their carrots. So we've wanted a mall there from way before Mr. Deere's recommendation. Who's next?
Well, that's not exactly true, but it's okay.
Ladies. Okay, Arlene.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Milston and Ms. Goobler. I'm new to this, so I am excited. I did hear about it many years ago. So yes, to see that we are moving forward, and honestly, to be part of this really is an honor. So I am excited to get going. And again, thank you for the transparency, and then thank you for allowing us to be part of this project. And the community will watch it. Will watch you and all of us make this dream happen. So yes, let's make it a reality. And happy to be here, happy to be part of it, and I'm looking forward. Yes, so thank you.
Councilmember.
Councilman Hilton, MPT Hilton, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Madam Mayor.
Any comments, MPT?
Maria and George, I'm enthusiastic. I'm excited. It is in the mighty District 1. I'm simply excited because it's a matter of legacy. Being able to point to our community that something happened on a landfill that was not possible, that 50 years that has sat there. So I'm excited about the possibilities. We'll be more excited when the 90 days of due diligence is over. We'll be more excitement and when we have a firmer commitment, but I'm excited at the possibilities. So as I've seen it leaked in magazines and stuff like that, and business journals and stuff, gives me greater hope that you guys are moving expeditiously. So I'm grateful, and again, this will all point back to legacy and making sure that people knew that this council handled business. This council was able to put the safeguards in place to protect the city, but only move the city forward. So thank you, Maria, for hopping on tonight, and thank you, George, for, I guess, being a staple in Carson for years and years and years to come.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Much appreciated.
Councilman Hicks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know what? It's been said by my colleagues. My one good concern is that I have 3 women in my house, and retail therapy is very important to them. And we've been dangling this project for such a long period of time. They're losing some hope. So I want to put that hope back into their abilities to know that this is going to happen, and that understanding that you guys are committed based upon your comments and what you've stated. It's been 50 years that we've been waiting for this outlet mall to come. And I know Madam Mayor, and I know our city attorney, I know our councilwoman, retail therapy is important to them because they like to shop, and I know they all like to shop. And I know our city clerk as well as our city treasurer. But wanting to make sure that we put this together and see. MPT has a house, 3 women as well, so they all are stopping. So we need to make sure this happens. And the residents of the city of Carson, the 98,000 plus, are committed to hoping that you guys come forward and to put us on the map again with this outlet mall here in the city of Carson.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember.
We keep talking about all the women in this group. Have you seen our city manager and assistant city manager and
MPT
Michael George? Have you seen the way they dress? They will be running
over there.
Well, that's true, but historically, it's always been women that have spent more money than a man. And I know MOC is the head of that charge.
I'm not saying anything.
A lot of happy campers will be.
Oh, but Madam Mayor, just a quick question also. Do you guys have a list of what potential stores that may be going in? Or I know you guys had it before, and I know it's been some time. Has any of those potential stores went by the wayside, or are any of them still committed to still stay with you?
Councilmember, if I can, the discussions with tenants is at the moment very confidential, but I can report there's robust interest in the site. So that's all we can say at this point in time.
Okay.
Robust. I love that word.
And I would like to point out, Madam Mayor, I am the shopper in my family.
Oh, awesome.
Okay. I just wanted to be very clear about that. I am the absolute shopper.
Okay, I love it. I love when men shop. MPT
Yes.
is a shopper too. I've caught him in all these stores. He beats me in there sometimes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank
Absolutely.
you, George, for that presentation and for answering the questions. Staff, do you have any closing comments?
No, Madam Mayor, I don't, unless the city attorney does.
I just wanted to thank Maria Hoy and George, but mainly Maria Hoy, for her professionalism. It's been absolutely a pleasure to work on these complex projects and deal terms with her. And I really do appreciate the tone we set, Maria. So I just wanted to publicly thank you for all of that. And again, Danny, and I wanted to thank Danny and JR again. I don't know how I would have done all of this without their help as well.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney, and to you and your team as well.
She's our fearless attorney is what I call her. Okay, we're going to close the public hearing. And I'd like to make a motion to introduce for the first reading by title only with the full reading waived of ordinance number 22216, an uncodified ordinance of the City Council of the City of Carson, California, approving the first amendment to the development agreement 132017 between the City of Carson and Cam Carson LLC and remove Exhibit B.
Second.
Second the motion.
Everybody seconded.
I was first.
I heard MPT was first.
I was first, though.
You were. MPT was second. It's been moved and properly second. Can I get everyone in agreement signify by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Madam City Clerk, report the vote.
Unanimous, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. And now I'm going to adjourn this regular meeting and go to our special meeting of the Carson City Council.
Madam Mayor, I think you want to recess the meeting instead of adjourn it.
I'm sorry. Is that it? A recess? Thank
please,
you.
Yeah, please recess it.
Yeah, I don't want to adjourn it because I can't come back. I want to recess the special meeting, this meeting, and go to a special meeting of the Carson City Council. Any objections? Hearing none, this is the discussion item. Consider amendment number 1 to a corporate agreement between the City of Carson and the Carson Reclamation Authority for the reimbursement of sales taxes to fund public infrastructure and site development costs for the development of a fashion outlet retail center on Cell 2, surface lot of the 157-acre site owned by the Carson Reclamation Authority, now known as the former Cal Pact landfill. Staff.
So Madam Mayor, this is this agreement I mentioned in the previous staff report is a cooperation agreement between the City Council and the Carson Reclamation Authority, and it amends the agreement that was entered into in 2018. Because of the sales tax, the way sales tax works in California is it's collected by cities, not by special entities like the Reclamation Authority. And so the cooperation agreement was set up acknowledging that the city has a sort of primary function for the construction and creation of public infrastructure, namely the streets and the development of the delivery of sites in kind of a developable condition. The cooperation agreement assigns that responsibility for this site to the Reclamation Authority, and then reimburses sales tax from the city from this project that's collected by the city to the Reclamation Authority, that then the Reclamation Authority can use to reimburse the developer for its contribution to the project, per the terms in the conveyancing agreement and the development agreement. This is amended because the other agreements are amended. It extends the term from the 25 years to the 32 years, and it kind of recasts and redescribes the improvements that are being paid for by the cooperation agreement. So it's this agreement was approved last night by the Reclamation Authority, and now it's in front of you as a city council for approval.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have a point of parliamentary procedure.
Yes.
Since this is a standalone meeting on its own, I think we need to dot our I's and cross our T's so this can never be legally challenged. And we should probably ask the city clerk, or you should ask the city clerk to do a roll call and also ask for public comment. There may not be any, but we should definitely ask for it.
That's a good
so no
point.
one challenges our meeting.
It's a special meeting. Roll call, Madam City Clerk, for this special meeting.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Excuse me, Councilmember Rojas,
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks,
Present.
Councilmember Deere,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Hilton,
Present.
and Mayor Davis Holmes.
President, thank you, councilors, for bringing that to our attention.
You're
Are
welcome.
there any oral
Yeah.
communications on this matter?
None were received, Madam Mayor.
Okay, are we good, Councilman? Dear,
Yes.
okay. My dear.
Yes.
So we've
Yes.
had our roll call, and it's now, I'm gonna make a recommendation, and then we'll go into council deliberation. And that is approve amendment number 1 to the conveyance agreement between the city of Carson and the Carson Reclamation Authority in the form of acceptable to the city attorney, and authorize the mayor to execute the agreement.
Second.
Okay, is there any conversation on the motion?
Yes, under discussion. First of all, I think this is a very good approach to take. It again helps protect the city. That's one of the primary purposes of the Reclamation Authority's existence. And this cooperation is very important for the success of the project. And I think we need to have cooperation all the way around. And this is actually a good move in that quarter. So I support this, seconded it, but I also support it.
And again, we want to thank our city attorney and John Raymond and his staff and everyone involved for being so diligent in putting the interests of the city at front.
And let's also again thank Maria
Where's Maria?
and Sunny Soltani and the Elshire and Winder law firm for doing a great job and making sure that this it's not just legal, but logical and beneficial to our residents.
Yeah, Elshire did an awesome job. So
And that's just to be clear, that's Danny Elshire.
Danny Elshire.
Hundreds of hours on this deal right now.
Okay, thank you, Danny.
Yeah, Danny was around the clock. Thank you, Danny.
You're welcome.
It's been moved and probably seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, so now we recessed. We're gonna reconvene our regular council meeting.
You can actually close this meeting because you're not opening it again.
Okay, I
And
will.
also, Sunny, either the mayor or the city clerk did report the vote is unanimous for the record.
Report out, Madam City Clerk.
It's unanimous, Madam Mayor.
So we're gonna close this special meeting of the Carson City Council and resume our regular scheduled meeting. Okay, where are we? Item number 25 is it 25 or 24?
24, Madam.
Okay. Item number 24 is consider Councilwoman Roy's request for proposed event at the Dignity Health Sports Complex, and consider resolution number 22169, amending budget and special events for additional Filipino American History Month Festival. Staff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For this particular item, we'll have a joint presentation by our Assistant City Manager, Robert Lennox, and our Director of Community Services, Mr. Michael Whitaker.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of City Council. Bit of an amendment to what you see in your staff report this evening. What we presented in the agenda packet is what we know at the time of publishing, included a proposed event that was brought to the attention of staff by Councilwoman Rojas to further celebrate Philippine Heritage and History Month in October, and that was to add a festival environment as well as a concert experience at the Dignity Health Sports Park on October 2nd. At the time we learned about the proposed event, we engaged with AEG of Dignity Health to find out what the approximate costs of operating such an event there would be. And so in the staff report, you have, in essence, what the total cost would be, which was estimated at about $125,000 to $130,000 of expense. And that's the combination of production, talent, facility rental, equipment, and so on. Now, as of today, most recently, just before this meeting, we learned that there are a couple of groups partnering, proposed to partner with the city on the events, one of which is the Apple the App Foundation, and second is the USA Filipino Business Association. And both groups have proposed actually covering a substantial amount of this cost to then reduce the city's potential obligation to operate the event from the number I just mentioned down to $30,000. And so what we want to propose to council for consideration is to, in the recommendation section here, if the council so desires, to actually eliminate recommendation number 4, which would be to execute the agreement an addendum, which would be for the production of the event at the Dignity Health Sports Park, as those two would be assumed by the USA Philippines Business Association. And the city would then only be really looking at the cost of providing a mobile stage, what the city does own, but would need to provide and set up and tear down. And then, of course, various other equipment, so chairs, tables, and associated staff to set up and tear down on the day of the event. There are other ancillary sort of components to the event, but that's the general structure of it. It in total would include a festival environment at the parking lot level, and then it would then also include the concert experience in the evening in the tennis center arena. And so those are the two components of it. This does require the city council to consider really utilizing one of the two allocated sort of free rental days that are part of the existing agreement the city has with the Dignity Health Sports Park. That agreement does afford the city, again, no cost use of the parking lot and of the arena itself, but that's purely limited to the rental costs. So not any additional ancillary expenses that might be part of that use. So again, what staff is recommending is that item 4 on the recommendation is removed, and that item 5 would then need to be amended to reduce the resolution for a budget appropriation from what was listed in the exhibit down to $30,000 if the council did so desire to go that route. I do want to give Director Whitaker a moment to just provide any additional details on the event logistics, as he's been really running lead and coordinating this with the two groups, as well as interfacing with the sports park. I know Michael George is also online in case there are any questions about those particulars. So Director Whitaker, if you want to add anything.
I think that you've kind of covered the entire report in regards to what we're looking at for the day of the event. I think that we have not been able to utilize any of the events due to the pandemic at the Dignity Health Sports Park. And it is a good thing that we can get back to our new normal, or whatever that is. But I think that we would be able to provide this event. The amount of equipment that is being utilized, it exceeds the amount of equipment that we currently have in stock. And so some of that equipment will be rented from some of our local vendors, such as Cora Events or from A1 Party Rentals, to provide the total equipment that's being required for this particular event.
Thank
And
you.
I want to highlight too, Madam Mayor and council members, we would want to defer to the city attorney on how to proceed relative to what has been currently published in the agenda, and then taking into account the information we've received just today, which is after publishing. If we can amend on the floor, depending on council's preference, if we can amend the resolution, or if we need to come back with something retroactively, we're certainly open to that direction. But that concludes our report. I'm happy to answer any questions the council might have.
I have a question, because I no way was I going to approve $125,000. That is not going to happen. I can tell you that right now. I wasn't going to approve that. If we don't have an event in the city, and they're huge, that's have caused that kind of thing. So the councilwoman, how are we going to make sure we get this? The third, I know the city, if we appropriate 30, and that the budget is right now, it's 1407. Yes. Councilwoman, how are we going to make sure we get the money? Because once you get this 30,000, that's it. The city's going to give.
That's it. Yes. So thank you, staff, for checking that out. I did see that, and yes, those numbers are way up there, and there's no shopping money for us. So yes, the Apple DApp Foundation International, I think most people know them as the foundation that promotes the Black Eyed Peas. So that is the one foundation. They're in conjunction with Jeepney Music, which also handles those events that have mainstream performers. So that's what we're looking at. In addition to that, so we have Apple DApp Foundation, Jeepney Music, and the USA Philippines Business Association. It will be ticketed, of course, by Access Ticketing, and they will handle all that. So to confirm that just today, that the city of Carson will not be responsible for selling tickets or promoting any of that, was great to hear that and to confirm that, along with Dignity Sports, so that they know, okay, who is promoting this. So we have those three major organizations that put on concerts, and they do this all the time. So I trust in that. And again, hearing some of the headliners that we're looking at that will be there will definitely cover all the other expenses. And I mean, even the amount that we have, if that's the 30,000, I think that's even adequate for what they're asking for. The stage, tables, and chairs. I think a lot of it will have to do with staffing to transport, set up, and break down. So I think a lot of our budget will be going to that. But as far as the entertainment itself, the meat into this project will be handled by those three organizations that have a reputation of putting major concert venues. And I think it would be great. We could do that in Carson, that they all want to come to Carson and be one of the first major concerts. I think that is a great addition to Filipino History Month.
Yeah. Now, to the city manager, city attorney, the city is not going to be handling any of the revenues. So the city is not sponsoring this event. We're co-sponsoring it. Because you have 100, because if you start saying it's a city event, you got a whole another ball game you got to go through. So to the city attorney, I think we need to work out those little procedures, because they're gonna, the city's only putting in $30,000 to the
Madam Mayor.
That's it.
Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
Our assistant city manager, if he could just weigh in, he'll be able to explain a little bit there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Thank you, City Manager. I would highly recommend that if the City Council want to adopt this as a city event, that to stay in compliance with what the City Council adopted in the special events fiscal policy, we'd want to make sure that we comply with all provisions of that resolution. And so then, of course, any excess revenues that are collected would need to go to reimburse the city for its expenses. Whether that be the $30,000 that may get approved for this evening or any other expenses related to it, including the waived rental costs, those should be recovered first as consistent with the policy. I think second to that, though, too, we would want to enter into some sort of written agreement with both of these organizations, the USA Philippines Business Association, as well as Apple Diat Foundation, just to confirm and codify the relationship about who's doing what, right? And that way, come game day, there's nobody kind of wondering who's responsible for each piece.
That makes sense, certainly.
Yeah, that's I hadn't heard that, and $30,000 is not going to cover this event. That's why I said, are we co-sponsoring it or what? Because if we're sponsoring, there's a whole lot of hoops we have to jump through, and sometimes it's easier to co-sponsor and make the donation of $30,000 like we did. So that's my concern. I think at this point we need to, if we're going to approve the budget, then come back with what it is that we have to do, because there's a whole lot of, it does not fall within our privy to say, okay, for this event. And we need contracts from them saying that they're going to be responsible for bringing in this kind of money, because they're going to be handling the money, not the city.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah, so we need to work out those details, bring it back to the city council and say, okay, we can approve the budget tonight of $30,000 from the city, but how that budget is going to be spent and who's going to be responsible for the balance. And it's not the city of Carson. And I know our councilwoman don't want to raise $125,000. Okay, so that's normally what you say. I got to raise $125,000. So there's a lot of other things. I think right now we could approve the $30,000 budget and then come back and work out all the details.
And Madam Mayor, I have a question as well. As to Mr. Lennox. So if we approve the $30,000 budget tonight, which we can easily do, our policy is still in effect that if we get sponsors from the community, then that money goes to offset the expense to the taxpayers. So theoretically, if we have a $30,000 budget and we raise $20,000, then the city's really only putting in $10,000 because the 20 is going to go to the city of Carson.
That's correct. I think some of the misunderstanding on that procedure is if an allocation of 30 happens and then 20 is raised, some have thought that meant that the budget is now 50,000, and that is not the case.
Okay. So when we word it, maybe we should say we allocate up to $30,000, and then whatever we can raise in the community to offset that will make it less than the 30 and to the amount that we raise.
Certainly.
Okay, so I the motion is for the budget and to come back with the who, what, when, where, and how we're going to make this project work with all the legal details. And I think the city attorney is going to have to get involved in this, because you're talking about, that's why we had no events at the Dignity. It became too expensive. It's an arm and a leg. And so I'm not opposed to increasing it by 30, but nowhere in the world $125,000.
So in order to secure
we're gonna
that,
sing. Mayor's gonna sing.
Yeah,
I'll be singing.
So we do. You're right. We do need to protect the city taxpayers. So, having said that, I think a motion to approve the budget would be appropriate. So I'll make a motion to approve 30, and I want to word it up to $30,000 for this event, as requested by Councilwoman Rojas. And as far as the license agreement, I think that we need to direct staff to move forward with that and bring that agreement to us. So I will include in the motion that we direct staff to bring back the attached license agreement and addendum included as Exhibit 1 and 2, and authorize the mayor to execute the agreement and addendum following approval as performed by the city attorney, and waive further reading and adopt resolution number 22-169, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Carson, California, amending the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget in the special events to add an additional Filipino American History Month festival event known as the Kickoff. on Filipino American History Month.
Councilman Deere, just again, a modification here. We are not necessarily recommending that the city enter into that license agreement. That will be an agreement that AEG holds with likely USA Philippine Business Association or Apple Diab Foundation.
No.
The agreement in question will be really between the city and both of those entities, just to spell out who does what. We won't actually have to enter into agreement with AEG at all.
Okay, so then you'll bring that back to us so we have it basically, for lack of another term, certified that that is the case. And we, through the city manager, request the Dignity Health Sports Park to allow the city of Carson to use the arena and the plaza for this event on October 2nd, 2022.
That's correct.
Second is the Jazz Festival, okay.
That's right. It's the day after. So appreciate any consideration to give staff a little bit of a reprieve.
Also in that amendment, we want to, is there any way we can get an agreement that they are responsible for the balance of this?
That's what we will bring back.
Okay.
That's in the motion that staff brings that back to us.
Okay.
But we need to get a second first.
I seconded it already.
Yeah.
You did? Okay, good. Didn't hear you were too quiet.
Mighty D1, Mighty D1.
Mighty D1 seconds.
That's it.
For discussion, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I just had a concern with where I didn't see anything about security, and I know that we have our sheriffs that are out there for different events at that location. How is that going to be worked out as well?
Yeah, so security would have to be at the expense of either one of those groups, not the city, unless there's an additional allocation. But I don't think that's what's being proposed tonight.
No, we're just saying 30,000.
But under discussion, I think that Dignity Health Sports Park has a standard operating procedure for their events. And it's most likely, Mr. Bicker might know this, that they would initiate and create that standard operating procedure for this event, like they do for all the events at the Dignity House. And then they could be paid for by the, like you said, the groups that are putting the actual concert on.
Yeah, because they use our Carson resident rate for the sheriff. So our budgeted allocation is up to $30,000 with Councilman Deere's motion. It's been moved and properly second.
All those in favor?
All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 I'm abstaining.
All those opposed?
I'm not opposed. I just said I'm abstaining.
I know.
Report the vote. I want to see all the particulars.
Motion carries, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
That's a mabuhay. Mabuhay, there you go.
Consider local appointments to the city commissions, committees, and boards, and our city council subcommittees, and our city affiliated organizations by the mayor and the city council. Item number, the first one I have is I'd like to remove Commissioner Rick Polito from the environmental commissions as he's my appointee. I'd like to remove him.
Is that a motion or?
Oh, I need a second before we make a motion.
And she needs to make a motion to approve her removal, and someone would have to make a motion.
I need a second to remove him.
She can make that motion all at once, but she would require one of the for us to second the motion if anyone wanted to do that. I don't know why anyone would.
For conduct unbecoming of a commissioner, I think if he's my appointment, you can put him in yours. Can I get a second on this, please?
That's a motion to
remove him.
Oh, second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any noes?
No.
Madam City Clerk, report.
And a no.
Motion carries 3-2, Madam Mayor.
I'd like to appoint Christina Tresvant to the Vacant Public Relations Commission. I'd like to have a motion to approve my.
Madam Mayor, I'm so sorry to interrupt. That one is still.
It's still pending?
Yes, until August 11th.
Oh, Jesus. Councilman Hilton, Public Works.
I'm coming back with that next meeting.
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes.
I need to remove from the Relocation Appeals Board. Where'd it go? Fatima. She no longer lives in the city.
Ooh, that's automatic removal. Okay, do we need to vote on that because she lives outside the city? It's automatic, isn't it, Madam City Attorney?
It depends on the commission. What commission was it?
Relocation Appeals, that's my appointee.
I don't recall from the top of my head if relocation commission had a residency requirement. Most of your commissions do have a residency requirement. Some of them don't.
So we need to look at that.
Madam City Attorney, it does.
It does have it. Then yes, that's automatically removed.
Automatically, we don't have to vote on that. It's only a few that don't. The next item, I think it's.
So sorry, Madam Mayor, the city clerk does have to declare that vacancy and publish for it now.
Okay, so we don't need to vote on it because it's
No, you don't. I'm just reminding her she has to do that.
We'll post it tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. That concludes our agenda. We need to go back into closed session.
So, Madam,
yes.
It's from the city clerk. So the one is being vacated by not being a resident. I have another person in the wings that want to be in that position who is a resident in my district.
Is this your uncontested appointment, Councilman?
Yes. Yes.
Then you don't need to advertise for it if it's your uncontested.
Yeah, it's my
uncontested one.
Okay.
So who is that person? Let her know, Councilman.
Okay. Now?
Yeah, if you have the name.
I have to give it. I'll give it to you later because I can't think of it off the top of my head.
Okay. We're gonna go into our break.
Email us, Councilman.
Say it again.
If you just email us, we'll
make
sure she gets her paperwork.
And Dr. Bradshaw, make sure you then mark that person as Councilman's uncontested appointment.
Yes, we'll make the note on the roster.
Perfect. Thank you.
So we're going back into the other meeting. It just says leave. Kevin, I haven't got like a.
Okay, 1 second. 1 second, Councilman.
DC or DC? AC. Well, AC and DC, it's a converter of some sort. What is that, the one hanging? But there was something else somewhere in there. I think that's part of screen controller. Yes, the screen controller. Okay. But there was something attached to this guy here. Yeah. Maybe it was that thing that I was thinking about. Alright. Is there a model number on it? On that controller? Yeah. Get a picture of it, that'd be helpful. Yeah, there's already a picture of it, but. Well, the money is, right, and we talked about the money before. I mean, 200,000 divided by 5 working days is $40,000 a day. And if you go $40,000 a day at 4 working days, you have 160. The money's almost the same. It's just that, you don't think of
Take us live.
Got to report out.
Yeah, we've got to report out. Where's my agenda? I was closed my book, was going to sleep.
We are live.
Okay. Madam City Attorney, could you report out on closed session, please? Where's my agenda? Madam City Attorney.
You're on mute, Madam.
You're muted.
Sorry about that. The council met in closed session to conclude the last two items remaining under item number 2, and there's no reportable action taken there. The council also took up the last item number 5, and no reportable action was taken. That concludes my report.
Memorial adjournments. I don't have my agenda. Is that next upon the agenda? Memorial adjournments, Madam.
Yes, that's correct, Lula.
Okay. What do I do with my agenda?
Yes, I have them.
I got my agenda, Madam Mayor. You want me to just?
Take over for me. You go to the last part of it because I don't have my agenda.
Okay. All right.
But the city clerk gives the memorial adjournments.
Madam City Clerk, memorial adjournments.
Thank you, MPT. I have the following names: Jorlene Morales, Ray Pigram, Fulton Ray Nelson, and Richard Fatuesi.
Okay. Does anyone want to add some? I found my agenda. Anyone wants to add anything?
Yes, I'd like to add Vin Scully, the longtime Dodger commentator, died at age 95.
When?
Today.
Today.
Okay, Bishop.
Also, just want to mention to the Pegram family who has long lineage here in Carson that passed. So want to be praying for them. It was on the list, but I will.
107.
Huh?
She was 107.
The Pegram? No.
Oh, not the Pegram. It was one of our residents was 107.
Oh, yeah, she passed as well. I think she stayed on Eddington, I believe.
Campaign.
On campaign. Let's bow our heads. Father, we pray now that you would bless the bereaved families in our city, that you would encourage their families and let them know that we stand with them and we're praying for them. And we ask that you would encourage them in Jesus' name. Dr. Ursula Martin, I don't know her father's name, but the principal of Broadacres, her father died. And we want to keep her and them in our prayers.
Thank you.
Amen.
Okay, I'll give you a council member requests to add items to the agenda and at the same time be your comments.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to add the mobile home park zoning ordinance to the agenda and also an ordinance to modify our agenda ordinance to remove the dictator amendment that was made a couple years ago.
Oh, your ordinance. Okay. Very good. That's your
No, I wasn't on the council when it was voted in.
Started it. So thank you. Next,
Madam Mayor, stop telling lies on television. It's unbecoming of a mayor.
Okay, it was 3 that you put on there, and
I wasn't on the agenda. I wasn't on the council when it was voted in.
When it was 4, but you started it.
I did not start it.
Yes, you did.
You don't understand is the problem.
Okay, thank you. I don't understand.
No, you don't.
I wanted to just say that I know that some residents had gotten notification that there was gases that were let off in our community, and the city was notified of it, and we are rectifying that issue. I see, the ad on CBS. We've been working with AQMD. We do have fence line monitoring in our community, and we hope you know that we are at work for you. Some things happen that are beyond our control, but when we do get notified of them, we immediately try and rectify them. So it is my hope that you know that we have put these mechanisms in place to help our residents. Also, Madam Mayor, the things are still hanging on Central and
that's cable.
Central and University.
The cable company come out. The cable company need to come out, because if someone puts their hand up there, they could pull the whole line in.
Mayor Pro Tem, I got a photo of I got a photo. I don't know if Eliza Jane, she might not be on here. but I do have a photo. It looked like she said that the staff had taken it down. Now there is some that's still coiled, but it's a smaller, it's not in arm's reach. I'll send you that photo.
Thank you.
But they did go out and do that as of yesterday.
Yeah, Edison called and said it was not their line and it was a cable.
Right. We actually used our own staff for that.
What cable company was that? Do you know?
The cable company, they said it was AT&T, Madam Mayor, but AT&T never showed up. So we sent our residents out, our staff to go out and cut that down. Okay. And so that's what I received from our director of public works. But I'll confirm and send that photo over to you as well, Mayor Pro Tem. I know Councilman Hicks also inquired about that.
Yeah, MPT Edison went out the same time they got the call and told us that it was not their line. So.
Yeah, I saw that, but we should have found out who line it was between Edison and.
Edison said, contact your cable company. It's not us.
Okay, no problems.
Okay, what's next?
I have one other oral communication.
Okay.
So I think we should let the public know whether or not we're going to have a second meeting in August or not. So maybe the city manager could make that announcement, or the city clerk.
Did we have David Roberts, manager, city manager?
I'm sorry, what was that, Madam Mayor? I missed.
We're going dark, the second meeting in August, is that correct?
That's correct. That was on, you all approved that.
It was on the agenda. We didn't put it to read. We just approved it.
Can I actually make a proposal? I just thought about it. The council may want to consider adjourning this regular meeting to your second meeting in August so you can have the second reading of your Carson development agreement instead of waiting till September to do that. Because so you can just have one item and come in and do that, but you would have to adjourn this regular meeting to that date.
Adjourn it to what day? The 16th?
Whatever date you want, yes. The 16th, August 16th. And then you can just have the one item, but at least get that approved and out of the way.
Sonny, do you know if we're going to be in town on that date, the 16th, the council members, or can we do a Zoom?
We can do a Zoom.
From, you don't have to be there.
And we could have it early in the morning. We don't have to have it at 6 o'clock.
Exactly. You can pick your time right now.
So what's a good time to have this meeting on the 16th, early morning, get it over with?
10 a.m. is good with me.
Let me get my camera up there. Everyone checking their calendar?
Yeah, I'm checking it now.
Yeah, I'm looking to see.
I will be out of town, but I will have a laptop computer with me.
Can we do it at 9:30? Seems like Gershon, wait a minute. Oh, I have a 9:30. Can we make it at 9? I have a 9:30 appointment.
Yes.
Okay. Councilman Deere, Councilman Rojas, Councilman Hicks, 9:30? 9 o'clock,
Yes.
9 o'clock? Zoom?
I'll be in the car.
9.
I'll be in the car, but okay.
Yeah, we'll just have to do it. We could do it by telephone, actually, if we can't get on to a Zoom meeting.
So we're going to adjourn this meeting to August 16th at 9 o'clock a.m.
Oh, one more thing, Madam Mayor.
It's all, okay, we got 9 a.m. Okay.
And staff don't add something else on that agenda.
Yes.
Yeah, do not add anything because we're going to all be on vacation.
No, it was, I think I'm just asking staff on the Save First Act Now, that committee. I think the last time we spoke about it, we wanted a report on the effectiveness of that. So I just wanted an update on that if you got that.
September.
We could do it on the next
first
one.
meeting in September.
Yeah.
Bring back give ample enough time to come up with it because it was not that effective.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Hicks, you have any comments?
I have some announcements, several.
Okay, go for it.
One being on the 13th of August at 1 o'clock at the South Bay Pavilion, Carson Mall for Carsonites. Backpack giveaway along with MOC and myself at the Carson Mall at 1 o'clock for backpack giveaway. So residents
600
backpacks will be given away at the mall. Actually in the parking lot where the farmers market is on Thursday. So we'll be in that same area at the mall. Second announcement is on September the 10th at 6 p.m. at the Carson Community Center. It's our annual Cajun and Blues White Linen Affair. Tickets have gone on sale. We have roughly about 35 tables, and we have not really publicized this. We already have close to 16 tables have already been sold. So it will be a sold out event. Madam D, along with Second Line, The Family, and the headliner is Switch. That'll be at this event on September the 10th at the Carson Community Center. And then my last announcement is the second annual Prostate Cancer Awareness Walk. It'll be at Cal State University Dominguez Hills on September the 17th from 8 until noon. And I think that is Mayor Deere's birthday. I think he said last time.
That's correct. I'll be at the event.
We will be out there walking to educate and to raise funds for prostate cancer research and education for men to know about how to get treatment and assistance. And if you would like to be involved with it, please contact 310-348-8968. That's 310-346-8968. And then I just remembered I do have another announcement. On August the 20th at Mills Park, with our Nestor Block and Mills Park community. We're doing a town hall community meeting at Mills Park at 10 a.m. at Mills Park, dealing with issues with park issues, public safety, and all park and city updates within the community. And that's at Mills Park at 10 o'clock. So come on out, Mills Park residents in District 3 at Mills Park. And if the mayor is available to come by to see her family and her friends over in District 3 at Mills Park. And again, there's a lot of activities going on between the 13th, September the 10th, September 17th, and August 20th. That I'm concluded.
And Councilman, could you add on there those gates also to our Parks and Recreation staff, maintenance? The gates at these parks, those yellow gates that we lock the park at night, either they're
most of them are broke.
We're not working at the parks, and they just, if you go in one way at Mills, you can't get out. And then at Anderson Park, they're open, and they were installed to keep people from coming on the park at night. And I've noticed at several of the facilities where they are, they're not working. So could you have our maintenance people check into that?
Yes, ma'am, we do. Actually, we have that. We listed it on the list of maintenance for Public Works, so we'll confirm that that's getting completed.
Oh, okay. Okay, very good.
Madam Mayor, I forgot to say, don't forget tomorrow is Community Night Out with the Sheriff's Department. This is going to be, they have an array of things planned tomorrow. So if you and your family could come out to Community Night Out, it's going to be a good time.
When is the Relay for Life?
August 13th at Carson Park.
August 13th, Relay for Life.
Yes.
They have all their teams together?
I believe they do, Madam Mayor. I'm not sure if there's any available. We'll confirm.
I don't know, I'm just wondering because the event has been getting smaller and smaller. So I just want to know how many teams. You can call me and let me know how many teams we had.
Okay, I'll confirm right now with Mr. Whitaker. But yeah, I know he said that they were, I think they were locked and completed all their teams already.
It's like a 1 half-day event instead of 24 hours.
It's not a 24-hour?
No.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, if there's no other conversation, I will say this meeting is adjourned. It's now 9:55, before 10 o'clock, MPT.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.